All rise. District Court now in session. Honorable Stephen W. Boyce, judge for tonight.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, if you give me just a moment, I'm re-logging in on this computer. While I do that, maybe I'll just confirm with the bailiff. We do have each of the 17 jurors have returned. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, at this time, we'll go on the record. We're on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. After the Memorial Day weekend, we're concluding with evidence today. The state has witnesses in rebuttal. Before we bring the jurors in, the court would note had a sidebar with counsel, and an issue has been raised regarding a particular proposed witness of the state. So in order to resolve that issue, the court requested that we take up a motion in limine on the matter and have that argued on the record before determining, number one, if this witness is going to be permitted to testify. And then number two, if so, is there some restriction on the scope of the testimony that could be presented here today? So Mr. Wixom, I understand this is your proposed witness. Is that correct?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. If you would like to present argument at this time, including a proffer to the court of what you think the proposed testimony may be in the issue regarding admissibility of that evidence, I'll hear your argument and then I'll hear a response from the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, with respect to Ms. Olson, the state's recollection was we did raise a motion in limine last week relative to relevance and admissibility. The court, in its ruling, did express at least concerns about relevancy, but did ultimately rule that Ms. Olson would be allowed on a very limited purpose to come and provide rebuttal on a statement from Tammy Daybell that her husband wanted her to up her insurance as she was approaching retirement. However, at that time, the state also alerted the court that she had been watching the trial because she had been released as a witness. So we did bring Ms. Olson back down. She is here this morning. I briefly visited with her this morning, and by way of proffer, what I would explain to the court, the state feels very candid. She did explain that she would testify precisely to that statement, that she was having a lunch at the school with Tammy roughly a month before she passed, and that in that lunch, the issue of life insurance was raised, and that Tammy did in fact say, my husband wants me to up my insurance. However, on this occasion, it wasn't included in the report before. Ms. Olson does say that that wasn't just made to her. There was a group of teachers there that they're having a conversation, and that the response when Tammy first made the comment was, well, why are you doing something dangerous or something to that effect? And Tammy responded, no, we're just as we get closer to retirement, he wants me to.
Going back, do you know in her proffered statement who was asking Tammy, who made the inquiry? Was it just somebody that was part of this group, or was it in fact Ms. Olson that made the inquiry?
He did not narrow that down for me. I can only give the court my impression of what she said. It was more framed as kind of a group question back to Tammy. Now, who the voice of the group was, she did not identify.
Okay, thank you.
And then that's when Tammy made a response that as I get closer to retirement, he wants me to up the insurance. So we understand, Your Honor, that those additional facts are new in the sense of being disclosed by the witness. The state takes a position that, frankly, because if the court does allow this witness, we wouldn't want to create any kind of a surprise or issues. We would ask the court and urge the court to consider letting the state simply introduce what has always been disclosed, which is still consistent with what her apparent truth is. And that is that Tammy at a lunch with Ms. Olson, we won't inquire as to whether others were present, raised the issue. My husband wants me to up the insurance. The question was asked to her, well, why? And she said, as I approach retirement, he just wants me to up the insurance. Now, I'm sorry, I need to go back on the proffer. There was one additional thing she said. She did say, and I don't want to speak for her, but given the context of the disclosure she made this morning, she said she'd listened to Emma's testimony. She said that actually, when they all sat down, the ladies did, they all sat down and filled out the life insurance applications together, because she says that's kind of the normal sign-up process. So she said everybody did that together. So in fairness, I do have to disclose that that was part of what she told me this morning. The state, nonetheless, is still seeking to call her to simply testify that she had lunch with Tammy. Tammy said, my husband wants me to up the insurance, and upon explanation, he wants me to up it as I approach retirement. Those particulars of the statement have always been disclosed to the defense. That interview occurred in May of 2020 by Detective Mattingly. It was recorded by audio as well as included in a written report. So to that extent, the defense has always had that available to them. We do understand the issues of the additional information, but we feel like that issue can simply be cured by an instruction from Your Honor that we only elicit the very statement that was disclosed originally. We don't believe that any part, the state simply does not believe that Ms. Olson has been tainted or influenced. We believe, frankly, because of her candor and freely giving this information and letting us know that she has been watching the trial and she did listen to Emma's testimony, that she's being very forthright about it. So the state does believe under, I believe, 615, the court does have discretion to allow this in. We recognize the concern, but we do not believe that she's been tainted. And to the extent there has been any potential for taint, we feel like eliminating instruction from the court to the state not to elicit additional testimony would avoid any potential negative influence or prejudice that could be derived back against the defense. So that is what we are asking today, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wixom, I guess one more question I have. When you say she's been watching the proceedings here in the trial, we had that motion in limine hearing. Do you know if she watched the previous motion in limine hearing that discussed her own potential testimony and whether that's part of what she's already observed?
I certainly just can't speak to whether she watched that portion. She just said after she testified, she had began watching. I will let the court know. I know that in my preparation of her last time, because I didn't want to run afoul of your order, I explained to her that the court had ruled that told her that she could not get into that testimony. So she was at least made aware of the court's ruling prior to her testimony, so we could comply with the court's order.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wixom. What's the response from the defense then on the motion in limine regarding whether or not Ms. Olson should be permitted to testify about the comment on raising life insurance?
And Judge, permission to remain seated.
You may.
Judge, this is my concern. The court ruled previously that Ms. Olson, even though she'd been excluded, would be allowed to come back, and Mr. Wixom had an opportunity to discuss the case with Ms. Olson and elicited what he felt was new or information that they wanted to come back and provide to the jury. Then over a 4-day weekend, Mr. Wixom then preps the witness again. And suddenly the dynamic of what she said is changing. We had other people there. All of these other facts that are suddenly being elicited from her, Judge, causes me some pause, and I'd like to renew my motion to exclude her. There are too many uncertainties here. We don't know how much Ms. Wixom saw. We do know now that after viewing Emma Murray's testimony, the light suddenly came on, and now she suddenly recalls that, oh, there were a bunch of us there for lunch. And that only happened, Judge, after she realized Ms. Murray had testified and contradicted what she said. Judge, there are a number of red flags here. And if the court's going to allow this to go on, we don't know what else she would say. And then the court brought up a point that I wanted to make as well, is what part of the motion in limine before did she view? It's bad enough that she viewed all of Emma's. It's bad enough that she observed the entire trial up until Mr. Wixom stopped her. It's bad enough that he's interviewed her and prepped her at least 2 times now. And each time, magically, she seems to change her testimony and modify her testimony. And it's not modifying her testimony in any way that would aid the defense, Judge. Ironically enough, both times the testimony changed to help the state. It's shocking. You know, additional interviews, and suddenly, unless there's other things that Mr. Wixom didn't provide to us. One other thing, Judge, is her statement is very clear. It isn't about before I retire. It isn't about at approximately, about retirement. Her statement is very clear. My husband thinks I should up my insurance before I retire. That's her statement. Before I retire. And now we're adding all of these other uncertainties to this thing, Judge, and quite frankly, it's extremely prejudicial. So I'm going to renew my motion to strike, and at the very least, Judge, the additional statements should at the very least be struck as well.
All right, Mr. Wixom, response from the state, please.
Just briefly, Your Honor, Judge, I don't mean any slight to Mr. Pryor. I don't appreciate his innuendo or suggestion that perhaps I've done anything to influence this witness. I haven't. And in fact, that's why I candidly told him about the new information before we had this proceeding. It's why I asked for a sidebar and articulated to the court the very additional information that was provided. What I never did get from Ms. Olson was any indication that Mr. Pryor in the last 4 years has ever done anything to contact her or talk to her. Certainly hasn't done it in the last 2 months, and certainly hasn't done it in the last 4 days. So I don't think there was anything that prohibited Mr. Pryor from reaching out and having his own conversation with a witness to discuss potential testimony. That said, I do think she was very candid with what she said. She didn't try to hide it. And we're not asking, we see the issue that the defense has about the additional pieces of testimony. We recognize that. But we're not asking, Your Honor, to put that in front of the jury. We're simply asking to put the pieces of information that have always been disclosed. And frankly, Judge, there has never been any proposed change to testimony that the state has offered this court up until this morning. We have always maintained that we wish to introduce the evidence as it was included in the recorded audio interview and report that had been provided to Mr. Pryor since 2020. We've never suggested any alteration of what she would say. until this morning when she gave us these new facts. That said, Judge, I think the court has a clear picture. We certainly have not done anything to try to intentionally influence this witness. We've done nothing but try to be candid with the court, with the defense counsel. And that's all that we have.
All right, thank you. All right, well, I've considered this motion in limine as it relates to the state's intent to recall witness Janice Olson in the rebuttal stage of these proceedings. Couple of points. First of all, I certainly do appreciate the candor of the state in bringing the matter to the court before the witness takes the stand in a sidebar to identify the issues that raised concern for the court to determine here outside of the presence of the jurors. I would also echo what Mr. Wixom started with there at the end of his, or beginning of his second argument, that I don't find anything improper that has occurred with the state improperly coaching a witness or providing some sort of feeding of answers to the witness, nor do I find anything that would make me question the veracity or truthfulness of Ms. Olson, who's already previously testified in this matter. The point I have to focus on at this point is a couple of things. First, I've had an ongoing concern about this statement, whether or not it passes the relevancy standards under rules 401 and 403 in the statement of talking about Tammy Daybell making a comment that the defendant requested she look at upping her life insurance before retirement. There wasn't any real context in the trial about facts of when she was planning on retiring, that was any time in the near future, that she had only worked at that job a couple of years. So I've had that concern. The other concerns that were brought up and were previously litigated in another motion involving hearsay and other issues, I've considered. The part here that causes me greater concern are these what are called additional facts in the statement, and the fact that in particular the testimony now, what we know she would say if allowed is that there was a group of people present for this conversation. And if that was the statement, and that information had been relayed to the defense before trial at some point, that would provide an opportunity to either corroborate or impeach that testimony by potentially figuring out, well, who else was there, who was listening to this statement? Does another witness say, yes, this conversation occurred, or no, it did not occur? And so the request now that her testimony be limited to what is essentially a limited context, when I think the context matters and is important, is concerning, because at this stage in the proceedings, that simply leaves the defense with no opportunity to go in and verify or corroborate who else was at the table. And in addition, there was another newer statement about the timing of retirement potentially, which hasn't been raised or brought up until today. And again, that goes directly to that relevancy issue and what weight the jurors may give the statement, and is also another fact that the defense would not have had an opportunity to previously look at, even though the discovery may have included that she would be called, that the defense potentially had an opportunity to interview her before trial. The reality is, in the first motion in limine, we had a specific narrow statement that was proposed to be offered, and that's now been expanded in both who heard it and the facts that would come along with it. So I think that the proposal that I just limit that testimony down does not necessarily, number one, provide the jury with an adequate, true context of what happened here because of that limitation. And number two, I think in rebuttal here, where she's already testified, is just unfair to the defense without an opportunity now to challenge who else may have been present for this conversation, and was that accurately recalled by the witness, or does anyone else recall that discussion taking place? So for those reasons, upon considering the motion in limine under Rule 615, I am going to exclude Janice Olson from further testifying in the state's rebuttal evidence here at this time, having considered all that, including the testimony of Emma Murray as well, which did open the door for this, but I think the expanded scope of where this could go is problematic at this stage. So in the court's discretion, I'm going to disallow the testimony of the witness. Any questions on that ruling, Mr. Pryor?
No questions, Judge.
Mr. Wixom, any questions on the court's ruling?
No question, Judge, and certainly the state accepts the court's ruling, but we would just, unless I misunderstood the court, she has always maintained the issue of the retirement being her reason. So I just wanted to note that, but we understand the court's ruling.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, Mr. Wixom. So thanks for allowing time to take that up. We'll now, I believe, get the jurors brought in if they're ready, and we'll start. So who will the state be calling as a witness at this time?
Dr. Christensen?
Okay, thank you. And that's your witness, Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, please. Here's our present counter for Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we are on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. After the Memorial Day weekend, continuing with the state's rebuttal. At this time, the court would note the jurors, all 17 have returned and each has signed their juror affirmation that they followed the court's admonishing instruction as we broke for the weekend. So thank you again for continuing to follow that instruction each time we have a recess. At this time, then, the state is continuing to present witnesses in rebuttal. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to call your next witness, you may.
The state would call Dr. Eric Christensen.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Blake, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please remind the jury who you are?
Yes, Eric Christensen. I'm the recently retired chief medical examiner from the state of Utah.
And Dr. Christensen, have you been watching any portions of this trial with the exception of Dr. Raven's testimony?
No, and I haven't watched that. I've just read the transcript.
And outside of that, you have not heard the other testimony presented, is that correct?
I have not.
How long did you work at the Utah Medical Examiner's office?
15 and a half years.
And Dr. Christensen, when you are looking at an autopsy, are you looking at more than just the autopsy itself in order to reach a conclusion as to a cause and manner of death?
Yes, that's a routine part of what we do, is not just the autopsy itself, but the evaluation of any tests that we order, as well as a review of whatever history we can find that will help us sort things out.
And why do you do that?
It's essentially information gathering. I think I may have said when I was here last that I don't have the ability to sit down and talk with my patients and ask them what's going on with you, what happened with you. And so all of that sort of information for me comes from other sources. It can be from medical records. It can be from interviews with people that knew them. It can be, any number of things. And so we gather all that other kind of information in an attempt to understand what's going on with that person.
And you mentioned that your patient can't talk to you.
Yes.
Do you recall making that statement? Would that be similar to when somebody goes into the doctor and fills out a medical history?
Yes. I mean, when you go see your doctor, they ask you questions about what's going on with you before they decide on a course of treatment with you. And that history gathering, those papers they always make you fill out before you go in or send you ahead of time and all those kind of things. That's information gathering, similar to what we do in our context, just we don't have the ability to get it directly from the patient.
And when you're gathering that information, is it because you've already formed a conclusion and you're simply trying to find information to back it up?
No.
Is it the opposite?
Yes, it's an attempt to basically find as much information as we can that will be relevant to why this person died, and then sorting that problem out.
And then turning to Tammy Daybell, do you recall the autopsy on Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
And as part of your involvement in the case, did you review other documents?
Yes,
Did those documents include medical records?
they did.
Generally speaking, if you're doing an autopsy where the cause of death is not immediately apparent, do you generally request medical records?
Yes, that's a fairly routine part of what we do.
And again, is that to provide you that background information to help informing your conclusion?
Yes.
And in this case, do you recall receiving multiple additional reports from law enforcement?
Yes, we did.
And at some point, did you review those?
Yes.
And did you at some point also create a list, or did the Office of the Medical Examiner keep some kind of a list of all those documents reviewed?
Yes.
And did those include reports from the coroner and or interviews of the coroner from
Yes.
Fremont County?
Both.
And also the deputy coroner,
Yes.
the officer that arrived on scene of Tammy's death?
Yes.
Did you also review reports regarding an attempted shooting?
Yes.
Did you review multiple reports involving people providing some background information about Tammy?
Yes.
Did that include background information regarding her health?
Some of them commented on that. Yes.
And when we talk about those medical records, do you recall which medical records you reviewed?
We reviewed records from the Teton Clinic as well as from Seasons Medical. And then we also were able to get records from a clinic in Springville, Utah, where she had been seen before relocating to Idaho.
And at some point, have you also had an opportunity to review a report prepared by Dr. Raven?
Yes.
Did you see in that report her list of documents she reviewed?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that it was much smaller than the list you reviewed?
Overall,
Yes, there was a lot less. We reviewed a lot more than what was on her list.
Did you also note that she made no indication of reviewing medical records?
Yeah, there was no list of medical records in the report that I saw.
And in her report, she'd reached a conclusion.
She did.
In your review of her report and just looking at what she looked at, if you hadn't had the additional information, would you have maybe reached her same conclusion?
Certainly possible, yes.
And again, is that exactly why you request the additional documentation so that you can make an informed decision?
Yes, it changes when you are dealing with multiple possible causes of death, you're looking for information that will help you either increase or decrease the likelihood of any one of those possibilities. And so, yeah, that additional information gathering is aimed at that endeavor.
And again, that additional information is not to confirm a decision you've already made. Is that correct?
No.
It's simply to provide you necessary information.
Yes.
And when we talk about Tammy's autopsy, again, can you talk us through, when you start that autopsy, what external injuries, if any, did you observe?
The only injuries she had that were externally visible were a few bruises on her upper arms and one on her chest.
So again, is it fair to say when you first observed Tammy, the cause of death is not readily apparent?
That's correct.
And then when you performed the actual autopsy, can you remind us internally what you observed as far as her organs?
Yeah, essentially normal organs, normal brain, normal heart, no significant pathology in any of her organs.
Do you recall observing something called pulmonary edema?
Yes.
And can you again explain what that is for the jurors?
Yeah, pulmonary edema is simply buildup of fluid within the lungs. Fluid leaks out of the alveolar capillaries, the little small vessels that are involved in exchanging air into the blood in the lungs. As a result of a variety of different processes, that fluid can leak out of those capillaries and start filling the air spaces, and then mixes with the proteins and things that are already in those spaces and creates a foamy froth.
So as you're doing the internal autopsy, was a cause of death readily apparent at that point?
No.
Based on what you observed, what did you determine were possible causes of death?
So in any case where you have essentially no significant findings, she had pulmonary edema was really it, then we are looking at a fairly short list of possible causes of death. Those include cardiac arrhythmias that are not related to structural problems in the heart. It includes seizures, includes asphyxial deaths of all kinds. It would include drug intoxication. And those are probably the big four categories of things with no anatomic cause evident.
So if we break those down a little bit, can you remind everyone what you did in relation to the potential toxicology or poison overdose, looking into that?
Sure. We initially started with a fairly broad panel of toxicology testing.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's becoming cumulative and not related to presentation of the defense.
On cumulative, Ms. Blake, is this distinguishing from testimony already proffered in the first time he's testified?
Just going over it to remind the jurors, I think in a trial of this length, generally, it's not necessarily considered cumulative to review some of the information.
And Judge, that's a walking response. It's cumulative.
Well, at this point, Ms. Blake, I will ask you to just maintain the scope to what's proper on rebuttal at this time and not, I will sustain a cumulative objection if it's simply the repetition of testimony previously offered.
And if I may respond briefly.
Go ahead.
As far as for purposes of rebuttal, I think Dr. Raven did come in. She presented that she made findings. We went over what she did and didn't review. So I think reviewing with the medical examiner what he went through is proper for rebuttal.
Okay, well, again, I'll at this point sustain that objection. If you'd like to continue, I'll just keep an eye on that. If you could keep the scope to rebuttal, please.
Toxicology tests were in fact conducted, correct?
Yes.
Based on those, did you find it likely that Tammy would have died of anything related to toxicology issues?
No.
And then what is another cause that can that you would look into?
Seizures was also something we assessed.
And again, you reviewed Tammy's medical records, is that right?
Yes.
Any notations or signs of a prior history of seizures?
No.
Did you ultimately determine seizures was a likely cause of Tammy's death?
No, it was not a likely cause.
And then you said a cardiac arrhythmia?
Yes.
Similarly, did you look at Tammy's heart?
Yes,
Any signs of irregularities?
her heart was structurally normal.
Given her age, medical records, and your review of everything, did you determine that a cardiac arrhythmia was a likely cause of death?
It was not.
And what did that leave you with?
That left asphyxial causes essentially at that point.
Did you see any indications in Tammy's medical records of any negative interaction of any drugs and or homeopathic medication she may have been using?
Judge, again, it's cumulative.
Overruled.
Are you aware or did you learn that Tammy was taking an antidepressant?
Yes,
Did you see any signs or indication that the antidepressant played a role in her death?
no,
Did you see any sign or indication that sleep apnea may have played a role in her death?
no,
Did you see anything in her medical records regarding sleep apnea?
not that I recall. No.
Would sleep apnea generally be something that you would be concerned about causing a sudden death for someone?
When it does, it certainly can be associated with sudden death, but generally speaking, that is in the setting of someone who has significant additional comorbidities, usually significant obesity and underlying heart disease.
In reviewing Tammy's medical records and performing the autopsy, was Tammy obese?
No,
Are you familiar with, I may say this term wrong, but colloidal silver?
colloidal silver.
Colloidal
Yes.
silver? Any indication that played a role in Tammy's death?
No,
And we talked about ultimately the cause of death being determined to be asphyxiation.
yes.
When you are looking at the manner of death, how many potential manners do you consider?
There are generally 5. A death can be ruled for manner, can be ruled a natural death, an accident, a suicide, a homicide, or undetermined.
In this case, did you see any indication that led you to believe the asphyxiation was natural?
No,
Did you see any sign or indication that led you to believe the asphyxiation was accidental?
no,
Did you see any sign or indication to lead you to believe the death was suicide?
no,
So the 2 categories left would be homicide and undetermined, is that correct?
yes,
Is it fair to say undetermined is a category if 2 or more of the other 4 are still on the table?
yes. Generally, we will use undetermined. The most common scenario where we encounter that is overdose deaths, where someone, for example, has a history of abusing medication, but also has a history of depression and maybe even prior overdose attempts, and then they're dead of an overdose that is related to something that they routinely abuse. In the absence of a note or something else like that, it's very difficult to distinguish whether that overdose was intentional or not. And so we use undetermined as manner for those kinds of things.
And in your experience with the autopsies you've conducted and the death certificates you've signed off on, at some point have you used all of those different manners on different death certificates?
Yes,
So is it fair to say in this case, you weren't starting with the conclusion that it was homicide and working backwards?
no,
Was it the opposite direction?
yes,
Once you determined that the other 3 manners were not likely, that left you with which one?
homicide or undetermined, but there was really nothing to compete with homicide. And so undetermined was taken off the table.
In your review of Dr. Raven's report and testimony and the questioning here today and through the trial, has your opinion as to the cause of death changed?
No,
Has your opinion as to the manner of death changed?
no,
And what did you determine the cause of death to be
asphyxia,
and the manner of death?
homicide.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Mr. Pryor Cross.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Dr. Christensen.
Good morning.
I'd like to go procedurally through the process of what you performed in this particular case, if we could.
Sure.
At some point, you were present for the exhumation of Tammy Daybell. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then within the same day, you performed an autopsy. Is that correct?
Yes.
You did your analysis of that autopsy, made your findings at that point. Is that correct?
Not on that day, no.
Okay. You drew some medical conclusions about the items that you would cross off your list. Would that be fair at that time?
We had some initial information, but not enough to exclude anything at that point.
What initial information did you have?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, you said you had initial information. Is that at the time of the autopsy or was that before the autopsy?
Yes, at the time of the autopsy, that's what I meant.
So then at the conclusion of the autopsy and on the same day that they reburied Tammy Daybell, at that point, you started requesting additional information from law enforcement. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And do you recall specifically what you asked for law enforcement in terms of what you requested at that point?
I don't recall specifically, no.
A lot of items.
Yes, we received ultimately a lot of items.
And let me ask you, have you ever heard the expression confirmatory bias?
Confirmation bias, yes,
Okay.
I heard that.
Well, so I guess I'm using it in a psychology context, confirmation bias. And isn't it true confirmation bias is a situation in which you have science and you're examining
Action, Your Honor, counsel's testifying, move to strike.
Overruled.
confirmation bias. Isn't it true confirmation bias is a situation where you're given a certain number of facts and then you go outside those facts to get collateral information that may or may not influence your decision. Would you agree with that?
Not exactly, no. I mean, confirmation bias to me, my understanding of that concept is that you, at some point along a process of making a decision, you have information, you come to a conclusion, and then you essentially evaluate all subsequent information in light of that initial conclusion, both looking selectively for things that support your opinion and rejecting things that don't conform to that opinion.
Okay, so at some point you requested a number of items from law enforcement, is that right, after you did the autopsy, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then you mentioned that you reviewed, I think, Teton Medical, do you recall that?
Yes.
Seasons Medical,
Yes.
and then a small amount of medical on Springville, right?
Correct.
There wasn't much there, correct?
No, I don't believe so.
And when we talk about the amount of information provided to you from law enforcement, it was significant, wasn't it?
It was a lot of information, yes.
Do you have any idea approximately how much time it spent to go through all that information that you were provided by law enforcement?
I would guess multiple hours, but I don't have an exact number.
Okay. And at some point, you hadn't made a decision at this point, is that correct?
That's correct.
And at this point, you didn't have anything specifically in your evaluation that caused you to go away from either undetermined or asphyxia homicide, correct? That's where you were at the end?
At the end, ultimately, our final discussion was around the deciding between undetermined or homicidal asphyxia.
Okay, and at that point, based on your review of all of the law enforcement reports and everything that the police officers have provided to you, you decided to lean towards homicide. Is that right?
But we made a decision that we would rule this a homicide, yes.
As part of your review of this case, did you talk to Chad's daughter, Emma Murray?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's daughter, Leah?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's son, Garth?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's son, Mark?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's son, Seth?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's mom or dad?
No.
Okay. So you got information from law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes.
But you didn't go back and look at anything provided to you from the family to give you some concept of what potentially the family history or medical was, correct?
Nothing was provided to me from the family.
Well, nothing was provided, but you didn't ask, right?
I did not.
Your Honor, argumentative.
Overruled.
You didn't ask, did you?
I did not.
And you specifically asked the police officers to provide you information about this case. Is that right?
Honor, asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
After you provided this exhaustive list of police reports that they provided to you, at what specific date did you make your determination?
I don't know specifically when it was. It was sometime in the days immediately preceding when we signed the report, but I don't recall specifically which of those days.
Would it be fair to say that it was 14, 15 months later that you finally signed the report?
I believe that's about the right timeline. Yes, 13, 14 months.
So after 14 or 15 months of looking at this, you then made the decision that you came to the conclusion you did. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to go back to the autopsy. And obviously I'm not a medical examiner. But when I read the autopsy, I noted that you didn't make any note of the inflammation that was occurring in Tammy's lungs. Is there a reason why you didn't bring that up?
Because there's no significant inflammation in her lungs.
And you made the determination that it wasn't significant, correct?
That's correct.
So we don't know what the level of the inflammation was at the time that Tammy Daybell died, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying misstates prior testimony. Move to strike.
Sustained. We'll strike the question.
Do you know the level of inflammation that was in Tammy Daybell's lung at the time of her death?
I know it was in her lungs at the time I looked at them from the time of autopsy, which would be
Okay.
expected to be reflective of that.
All right. And if there's inflammation in the lungs, that would be a reasonable explanation for why we had potential fluids in the lungs, would it not?
There was not sufficient inflammation in her lungs to account for the pulmonary edema that was present.
Okay. And at no time when you testified the first time, did you mention the fact that there was inflammation in Tammy Daybell's lungs, did you?
No. And there, do you want further response?
Well, you can if you'd like. Go ahead.
There's inflammation. Inflammatory cells are a normal constituent of lungs, even normal healthy lungs. It's normal for there to be inflammatory cells there. In small numbers, they're there basically to do the job of what inflammatory cells do, fight intruders and deal with infections. And there was no significant increase in the amount of inflammatory cells present in her lung.
Okay, so if there's no, if it's part and parcel of a normal lung, then wouldn't the response in the autopsy say that it was a normal lung?
I would expect so, yes.
Yeah, and instead, in the autopsy, you talked about inflammation in the lung. So this wasn't part and parcel of just a little inflammation. There was inflammation in the lungs, wasn't there?
I would have to review them. I don't recall
Okay.
at this point.
And Judge, could I have a moment, please?
You may.
Thank you. So I previously discussed with you that on the very first time you testified, you didn't mention anything about inflammation in the lungs. Is that right?
And not that I recall.
All right. And then today, when the prosecutor called you back after the defense has rested their case as a rebuttal witness,
Objection, Your Honor. That's a narrative. Move to strike.
Sustained.
second time you're called back, questioned by the prosecutor. Again, no discussion about inflammation of the lungs,
Your
correct?
Honor, argumentative. Asked and answered. Move to strike.
Overruled.
Second time you're back, again, no discussion about inflammation in the lungs, correct?
Correct.
And then only after the defense attorney gets up here and questions it does the subject come up. Is that right?
Yes.
Nothing else.
All right, Ms. Blake, redirect.
Dr. Christensen, have you testified before?
Yes,
And are you familiar with court proceedings that the state brings people back as rebuttal witnesses?
yes,
So have you testified in that capacity before?
a couple of times, yes.
Council just went over inflammation in the lungs pretty in depth. Again, was there any indication that inflammation of Tammy's lungs caused her death?
No,
I think you said there was no significant or there was no signs of inflammation that would have caused the pulmonary edema.
that's my recollection.
And you considered the possible causes of death given essentially a negative autopsy.
Yes,
In your role as a medical examiner in Utah, do you generally request reports if the cause of death is not readily apparent?
yes,
And is that exactly what you did in this case?
yes.
So nothing about this was different than what you would normally do as far as information gathering.
In terms of the gathering, no. The volume was certainly different, but what we request is not different. There was just a lot more generated in this case.
And in reviewing the reports provided by law enforcement, were there any reports where Chad's kids had agreed to speak with law enforcement and provide information?
Not that I recall.
Would it surprise you to learn that they refused? to
Judge,
speak
I'm
with
gonna
law
object.
enforcement?
Hearsay.
Overruled.
Would it surprise you to learn that they refused to speak with law enforcement?
I don't know if it would surprise me or not. I mean, certainly they're right not to talk to law enforcement, but
And if you had been provided reports that included statements from the kids, would you have reviewed them?
absolutely.
And if none were provided, would it surprise you to learn it's because they don't exist?
No,
And again, when you're requesting that additional information, is it because you've already made a decision and you're simply trying to support it?
no,
And in fact, is it the opposite?
yes. We gather information to help us make a decision.
And is that what you did in this case?
It is.
And again, based on the information you gathered, the autopsy, anything about questions today or other information that would cause you to change your opinion?
No,
And again, your opinion on the manner of death?
manner of death was homicide.
I have no further questions.
All right.
Judge, I have additional questions.
What topic?
Kids, no reports.
Your Honor, that was well within the scope.
That was within the scope. It was brought up on cross, so I don't see that there was a door open for any recross at this point. So that'll conclude the testimony then of Dr. Christensen. The state can call its next witness.
The state would call David Stubs.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, I'll note Officer Stubbs is on the stand, has been sworn again. I am going to inquire, have you been observing or reviewing any of this trial testimony since you were last here?
No, sir.
And have you discussed with anyone else testimony they've given?
No, sir.
All right, thanks for your responses. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Mr. Stubbs, you've testified before, but can you just briefly remind the jury of your name and your law enforcement experience?
Well, retired detective, Rexburg Police Department. Served in that capacity for approximately 30 years.
Do you recall testifying about serving warrants on Google in this case?
I do.
Did you receive Google records for an email account, chad.daybell@gmail.com?
Yes, I did.
What type of records did you receive when you got those?
Well, anything that was in the warrant that Google would have record of that we asked for, things like search history, location services, user, owner of the account information, things like that.
And did you review those records?
I did.
Did you review the Google, the search history records?
Yes.
When you reviewed those records, did you find anything related to turning location data off on a phone?
Yes, I did.
What did you find?
January 3rd, 2019, the user of the account looked up how to turn off the location services on location or GPS services on an iPhone.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 107C. Defense has been previously provided a copy, and I have a courtesy copy of that and 2 other exhibits for the court.
All right. Mr. Wood, these have not been previously admitted, is that correct?
That is, well, they do come in under the business records affidavit that was admitted under 107,
Okay, I just was.
but they have not
clarifying.
previously been admitted, these specific items.
Very well, thank you.
Detective, do you recognize what's been marked as State's Exhibit 107C?
I do.
What is it?
It would be the in portion search history from the Daybell Google search history.
And did you, what you're seeing on that screen or that piece of paper, is that a true and accurate representation of what you viewed in the search history?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 107C.
Any objection?
No objection.
107C is admitted.
And may I publish the EMO?
Yes.
Detective, what do you see on this page?
This would be in part some of the search history from the Daybell Google search history.
And what is the date on those searches?
This would be January 3rd, 2019.
Detective, when you get, have you had other occasions to review returns from Google for Gmail accounts?
Yes, I have.
And you talked earlier about looking for location data.
Correct.
Where do you normally find that in the return?
So when Google sends you a return of requested items from your search warrant, most generally, if they have information, it'll come in different, if you will, folders in one packet. And those packets are all labeled, folders are all labeled. So There is usually a folder that has location services as the heading.
Was there any such folder in the chad.daybell@gmail.com return?
There was a tab of that, yes.
And did you open that folder?
Yes.
What did you find in that folder?
When you open it, it's usually if there is information, it will come in the form of an Excel spreadsheet. However, if they don't have anything, it'll open up in a different window that says, as did this one, that there were no location services available.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as 107D. Mr. Stubbs, do you recognize State's Exhibit 107D?
I do.
What does it purport to be?
It was, as I before mentioned, when opening that tab from the return statement saying that there are no locations available for the date range inquired.
And on State's Exhibit 107D, is that a true and accurate representation of what that folder appears, of what appears in that folder when you open it?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 107D.
Any objection?
No objection.
107D is admitted.
And may I publish?
You may.
Detective, what is on the screen?
So this is just what it would say, or what it did say when opening up that particular folder under the chad.daybell@gmail.com. States does not have records, data available to export from the data range 1/1 of 1970 to 12/31/2019. So there was nothing available to give to us.
And to be clear, normally when you click on that page, there's an Excel spreadsheet.
Yes, if there was data available, there would be an Excel spreadsheet showing different locations and whatnot.
Mr. Stubbs, through your training and experience, are you aware if a Google user can request to have their location data deleted?
Yes, that is a possible feature.
How does someone go about doing that?
There's various ways you can do it, depending on the type of service you're using. But with Google, such as Google Maps, you can actually go into your user account and request that your information not be tracked, number one. Number two, you can request that all past data be retracted from their records as well. You can do that in the Maps account. You can do it in your Gmail account. You can do it in your phone as well.
Thank you. In your review of the chad.daybell@gmail information, did you find a record of any such request?
Yes.
What did you find?
August 24th, 2019, a request was made through the Gmail account of chad.daybell to have all location GPS history deleted from the account.
Your Honor, I ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 107E.
I got it. Thank you.
Mr. Stubbs, do you recognize States Exhibit 107E?
I do.
What does it purport to be?
This would have been in the same Gmail account return, the Google confidential and proprietary tab. It is delete request for, and this was done 8/24/2019.
And what format is that document in?
So because there was information, this looks to be in an Excel spreadsheet form.
And that form, the way it appears before you now, is that how it appears in the Google return?
Yes, when we got the return from Google, this is exactly how it appeared.
And so exactly how it appeared, is it fair to say that's a true and accurate representation of what you viewed in that, the chad.daybell@gmail information?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of States Exhibit 107E.
No objection, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 107E is admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Detective, do you have a pointer up there?
Yeah, if I can. Oh, yep, I sure do.
Can you point out the title of that page?
Confidential and priority would be the, excuse me, the heading of the tab.
All right, and then in green at the top of the page, what does it say up there?
ChadDaybell@gmail.com. Deletion history, location history.
And then in the body of that document, what do you see of interest to your investigation?
So this is what was of interest to me is the request to have deleted all location services. This was done, would have been 8/24/2019. Should be noted that the deletion range here goes back to 1970. Customarily in a lot of computer.
Judge, I'm going to object. This is going to go beyond, it's non-responsive.
I'll ask a question.
All right.
The 1970 date, is that date familiar to you?
It is a date commonly used by computer formats where they start recording, if you will, computer activity. 1970 1/1 is a common date for a lot of different formats that they start.
And again, what date was this request made?
This would have been requested August 24th, 2019.
Detective, we had earlier on the screen States Exhibit 107C, the search history you spoke about.
Yes.
When you get that search history, can you actually click on the items that were searched?
So if you recall, the short answer is yes.
Did you click on those items that were marked in States Exhibit 107C?
Yes.
What did you see when you did?
So it took me to the same web pages that would have been viewed by the user of this account. When you go to that, it has specific instructions, detailed instructions on how to turn those services off on iPhone device.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood.
C, D, and E.
All right, those just admitted exhibits. Mr. Bailiff, if you'd please submit those to Mr. Pryor, 107 C, D, and E.
Thank you. And I saw that Mr. Wood called you Mr. Stubbs. Is that acceptable to you?
That'll work.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Stubbs, on exhibit 107C, it has a date of January 3rd, 2019. You recall that?
Yes,
And that's the turning off the location services of a iPhone or iPad.
correct.
Okay. Are you aware that Chad Daybell has an Android device?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that Tammy Daybell had an iPad device?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Had an iPad device?
That Tammy did?
Yeah.
I'm not sure of that.
Okay. So if someone's trying to turn the location off from January 3rd of 2019 for an iPhone or an iPad, that doesn't necessarily mean they're looking up how to turn off an Android device, does it?
That's correct.
Okay. So this search was in talking Apple devices, right?
That is right.
And you're aware that Chad Daybell didn't have an Apple device, right?
I'm not sure if he had an Apple device, but I know he had an Android.
Okay. You're also aware that around January 3rd of 2019, that was shortly or around the time that Chad Daybell started having an extramarital affair with Lori Vallow, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it wouldn't be unusual for someone who's having an affair, even if Chad doesn't have an iPhone or an iPad, to try to maybe hide the fact that he's having an affair with someone, correct?
That could be the case.
Okay. Now, you talk specifically about turning off Google location devices, right? That's what this is about, right?
From the
Google?
searches, yes.
Yeah, so that relates to merely the information that Google is gathering for location services, correct?
Yes, but also the user was asking for how to turn those off using an Apple device.
Yeah, using an Apple device, right? Okay. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're turning off all of your location devices, right?
Are you talking about different devices?
Yeah, I'm talking about different devices.
I can only speculate that they're,
Judge, I'm,
Overruled. It's,
Go ahead.
you posed the question, he can answer. Go ahead.
I can only speculate that they're referring to one device.
okay. An iPhone or an Apple device, right?
Correct.
You said it's the user's account. That's what you said, right? It's the user's account. The person who did this was the user's account.
Was using the Chad.Daybell account, yes.
We don't know who was using the account to turn off location services on their Apple device, right?
I can't tell you who was using the account other than the account name.
Are you aware in the Daybell family between Chad and Tammy, which one was the computer person in that relationship?
I can't testify to that.
Okay. 8/24/2019. The exhibit talks about going back to 1970. It's not unusual to do a deletion of your search history, is it, in any regard with anybody, right?
I guess
Objection
that,
calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Anybody can do a search history and delete their search history, right?
that's correct.
And if you're having an affair with someone close in time when maybe that person may be moving from Arizona to Idaho. You may want to delete your history to cover your tracks, right?
Possibly.
No. Okay. There's no other way to decide who was doing that search history deletion though, right?
Other than the account user
Right.
name, no.
And you don't know the location of where they were conducting that deleting that search history, right?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Wood, redirect.
Yes, just briefly. Mr. Stubbs, you were asked by counsel about the possibility of deleting location data to hide an affair.
Yes.
And through your investigation, are you aware if Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow were having an affair?
Yes.
Are you aware if Lori Vallow had an iPhone?
Yes, she did.
Counsel asked you about deleting search histories to cover the tracks of an affair.
Yes.
Could a person also delete their location data to cover the tracks of crimes committed?
Yes.
If part of those crimes involve the location of missing children, could that be a reason to delete that data?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I think this is a good breaking point probably for the mid-morning recess. Is the state gonna have another witness to call?
Judge, may we approach just briefly?
Yes. Oh, yeah, you can go ahead and step down. Thank you, Mr. Stubbs. All right, thanks, counsel. We'll go ahead and take that mid-morning recess, and then the state does have an additional witness to call after that. So we'll go ahead and be on recess until, let's reconvene at 10:30 for the next witness, please.
All right, please.
Good morning, everyone. Justin Lum here with Fox 10 Phoenix. Hope you guys are just tuning in right now for the continuance of state rebuttals in the Chad Daybell murder trial, and hope everyone enjoyed the long Memorial Day weekend. We're about a few minutes away from getting back into the courtroom. So far, from what we've seen in rebuttals, we just had Dr. Eric Christensen on the stand, the retired Utah chief medical examiner. Just had him on the stand, as well as David Stubs with Rexburg Police. So those two just got back on for rebuttals, have testified before. They are not new to this case at all, with a little bit of cross-examination. It's unknown how much longer we could go with this and how many more rebuttals or witnesses the state could call. But they definitely wanted to call Christensen because it is a counterpoint to the defense's testimony with that forensic pathologist, Dr. Kathy Raven, from last week, who said that Tammy Daybell's cause of death should be listed undetermined in her opinion and expertise. Now, obviously, she didn't do the autopsy, and that was the argument made by the state, is that Dr. Christensen and his team actually did the autopsy, had all the information available, as well as law enforcement reports. And of course, John Pryor, Chad Daybell's attorney, wanted to challenge that and talk about confirmation bias, knowing that the intent of law enforcement was to investigate Chad Daybell and his wife at the time, Lori Vallow, for some sort of conspiracy, that may have played into the factor of calling this an asphyxia homicide. But Dr. Christensen did not agree. He said that's not something that they went into thinking. They go in gathering all the information, and then getting reports from law enforcement, and that's how they came with the only determination they could find was that Tammy Daybell, Chad's wife of nearly 30 years, was killed by asphyxia. So after that, we continue to hear from David Stubs regarding Chad Daybell's phone and how to erase or get rid of GPS locations, things like that. That was talked about. But before all of this went down, important to mention if you joined us later, because they were supposed to start, the court was supposed to be in session at 7:30 Pacific time, 8:30 over there. But we had to hear a motion in limine. Basically, the state was arguing that they should be able to admit another witness testimony or statement by Janice Olson, who used to work with Tammy Daybell at the school that they met and worked together at for some time. Janice Olson said that she vividly remembers the conversation about Tammy saying that her husband Chad wanted her to up her life insurance, being that she would retire soon, some in the near future. And that's what the state wanted to get into evidence in the rebuttals. But at the same time, they admitted that Janice Olson had watched some trial and watched testimony by Emma Murray, who is Tammy and Chad's daughter, who also worked at that school. And then she also wanted to mention or clarify that there was a group of them filling out their life insurance forms for their policies. Now, this would be new, something totally new, and not narrow to the scope of talking about that one specific statement that Tammy had made allegedly about upping the life insurance. Now, because she had watched trial, basically Judge Boyce said that they could not allow her to testify, that obviously John Pryor wasn't for this, but that was something that had to be discussed. That Olson statement will not be allowed in. So we are getting ready to continue rebuttals. I'll be back in just a moment. Thank you guys for joining us on our live stream. We are in day 30 now. Can you believe it? Day 30 as rebuttals continue and we get closer to closing arguments. Be back in a moment. Okay, everyone, so we are just about to get back in the courtroom, about 10 minutes late, but according to Nate Eaton of East Idaho News, everyone's in the courtroom just waiting for Judge Boyce right now. Who do you think will be next for state rebuttals? Go ahead and talk to me in the comments. I see we got 1,000 people watching. You guys are ready for this to get near the light at the end of the tunnel. We're almost there to that point, but not sure how long these rebuttals could go, and as far as cross-examination as well, of how many witnesses could get called to counter the arguments of the defense. And there we go. We see the cameras on now. Let's take you inside the courtroom.
All right, please. Here's all present count for you, Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record after the morning recess. CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The state is continuing with a rebuttal. If the state has another witness to call at this time, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Lieutenant Hermosillo.
Very well.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Just a little bit. Okay. All right, before we inquire on direct, then I'll note the witness, Lieutenant Hermosillo, has been sworn. Lieutenant, have you observed or watched any trial testimony since you were last here?
No, Your Honor.
Have you talked to anybody else about the testimony they've given in trial?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thanks for your responses. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you. Lieutenant Hermosillo, can you remind the jurors where you work?
Rexburg Police Department.
And did you begin work on a case involving two missing children, specifically JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall when you became involved in that investigation?
When we started looking for JJ, that was November 26th, 2019, when we performed the welfare check.
And were you involved in the beginning of Idaho's involvement into the whereabouts of JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Do you recall when the bodies of the children were recovered?
June 9th, 2020.
And where were they recovered?
Chad Daybell's backyard.
During the investigation, did you learn who Emma Daybell or Emma Murray is?
We did.
And who is she?
The daughter of Chad Daybell.
Lieutenant Hermosillo, did you ever see Emma Murray at the gym?
I did one time early on in the investigation, yes.
And when you say early on in the investigation, would it have been before the discovery of the children?
It was.
When you saw her at the gym, did you approach her?
No,
Did you talk to her?
no,
Did you ask her questions?
No.
Did you go and work out by her?
no.
Have you ever driven by the Daybell property?
I have, yes.
Did you drive by it as part of this investigation?
Yes, I did.
Do you have other reasons that you would sometimes drive by that property?
I have several reasons. We have our dry cleaning business that's a quarter mile down the road from the Daybell residence. I also have family that lives north of the Daybell residence. But most importantly, I think the reason I was driving by the Daybell residence was it was a very active investigation at that time.
Did that include driving by prior to the children being located?
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time?
Did you drive by prior to the location of the children's bodies?
Yes,
And did you drive by sometimes after?
yes,
Did you drive by 2 times a week?
no,
And again, when we talk about driving by that property, you said that was a significant piece of the investigation.
it was.
And can you remind us what was found on that property?
JJ, Vallow, and Tylee Bryan.
Do you know when Tammy died, where she was located?
I do.
Where was that?
Chad Daybell's bedroom.
So all 3 at the Daybell property or in the residence?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Any cross-examination, Mr. Pryor?
No questions.
All right, that will conclude the testimony then of Lieutenant Hermosillo. You may go ahead and step down. Thank you. All right, as I mentioned, this is the state's rebuttal evidence at this time. I'm going to inquire, does the state have another witness to call?
The state does not, Your Honor.
All right, so that concludes rebuttal. That will bring us to the next stage of these proceedings then, ladies and gentlemen. The next matter the court will be taking up are the jury instructions in this case. I'll note we are taking time to work on those and have been working on them. I'll address more on the record with counsel in a formal jury instruction conference. We are going to be conducting the closing arguments in this matter, as I understand it, tomorrow. The state will have closing mid-morning. Is that the schedule the state still wishes to have for the closing argument, Ms. Blake?
That will work for the state, Your Honor.
All
Thank
right.
you.
And does that work for the defense as well?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we're going to have some matters to work on then between now and then administratively. That's going to allow the jurors to be excused for the day. They'll be returning again tomorrow. We'll take up other matters both on and off the record as we prepare for getting final instructions to the jurors before they would begin deliberations and to have for the closing arguments. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, again, thank you for your attendance this morning. You're going to recess to the jury room with some additional instructions before you're excused for the day. Please follow that continuing instruction of the court not to discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else till you begin your deliberations. And please don't do anything to research or look the case up between now and then. That will conclude our juror service for today, and we'll return again tomorrow for closings. All please rise for the jurors. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Council, there's again going to be a jury instruction conference on the record. I'd if possible like to take that up later this afternoon. We'll do an informal jury instruction conference off the record to determine whether or not the parties have reviewed our proposed instructions that have been submitted and determine where there might be objections that can be considered by the court. In addition, we're going to discuss exhibits as well and make sure there's a clear record of what's been admitted in this lengthy trial to confirm that with counsel before exhibits are submitted to the jury in their deliberations. So if counsel will stick around, we'll go ahead and recess for the day. At this time on the record, we may come back on the record at such later point, subject to when we get to these issues that could be called back on the record. So we'll go ahead and have the public excused at this point, and I'll talk to council about timing going into the afternoon and tomorrow, please.
All right, now that was quick. I didn't see that coming, but state rebuttals are now over, as you guys just saw, but some administrative stuff needs to be taken care of off the record. So you can definitely see counsel and Judge Boyce talking about what goes on this afternoon and into tomorrow morning. We expect to have closing arguments tomorrow. Closing arguments on day 31. The state basically officially not rested its case, but has no more to argue on day 30 with rebuttals being done. We had Hermosillo, Detective Ray Hermosillo with Rexburg Police on the stand for just less than 5 minutes, basically countering the point that Joe Murray had made, one of the defense's witnesses, and Chad Daybell's son-in-law, saying that he kept driving around the area, made them feel uncomfortable, but obviously there was an active investigation at hand during that time frame that they're talking about. Hermosillo says, I have a dry cleaning business in the area, family members who live in the area, which, I mean, that's, even if that wasn't the case, even if, you know, he had nobody that lived there, he said this was an active investigation. I was, you know, driving around in that area. Not sure what exactly he may have been looking for, but there's nothing that says he can't do that as an investigator. But he says he certainly didn't drive through there twice a week. That's what Joseph Murray had said. So we had Hermosillo, we had Dr. Eric Christensen, he had Detective David Stubs, just those three. If Janice Olson's statement would have been allowed in for the rebuttal, I'm sure that would have been another person. But these rebuttals don't take too long. It's more about quantity than actual in-depth testimony, but just a certain point and a certain statement they want to get in that may basically blow up the defense's testimony set they had. We had 11 witnesses testify for the defense, and then last Thursday, checking back on my notes, we had a few people testify as far as rebuttals, a couple of them being new. One of them, very memorable, was Garth Daybell's friend and co-worker, who talked about how he found out Garth was the first one to find his dead mother and respond in basically the middle of the night, according to what he was told. But here we are. Closing arguments ready to begin. The jury instructions, not really something, I mean, that we could stay tuned for. Yeah, that's going to happen this afternoon on the record as well. But it's basically just making sure the jurors understand the questionnaires. And then also they're going to do some sort of lottery where they're going to eliminate a certain amount of jurors to make it 12. Because right now there have been 18 through this whole process. I was reading that 17 showed back up today after the long weekend, according to Nate Eaton. And they'll eliminate 5, and then we'll have those 12 deliberate. So tomorrow after closing arguments, deliberations begin. And then they can get, there's nothing that we know about sequestering right now. So with that verdict, I remember that it didn't take more than a day for Lori Vallow's trial last year. They started deliberating in the afternoon, early afternoon or something like that. Closing arguments went kind of till lunch, and that's not going to be, maybe 30 minutes each for prosecution and defense. So the prosecution will go up and give get their first chance at closing arguments and basically hammer in all the main points, kind of similar to opening statements, but this time kind of remind everyone what they've seen, what they presented, and ask them to give a fair verdict. And the right verdict in their mind, according to the prosecution, is finding Chad Daybell guilty. And then the defense will go up and counter and give their closing arguments and talk about why that's not the fact and why they, they'll go over all their points. And last year was Jim Archibald who did that closing arguments for Lori Vallow and said that she followed Chad Daybell's ways, and he was the reason she had gone down this path. After that, the state can go up for a response to closing arguments. So they get another chance to kind of counter anything that was said by the defense. And then that's it, jury deliberations. And last year it took less than 24 hours. We're back the next day. I remember about 1 o'clock, 1:30, we were told that the verdict was in. Maybe even a little bit sooner. Probably about noon. That jury had made its decision. So we are possibly looking at a verdict this week. Just possible. Not sure how long they could take. The longer it goes, that's something that, I haven't seen. But we'll see. You guys have any questions or comments, let me know. Yep, about 6 rebuttal witnesses. Brittany, thank you for keeping the count in total. So it wasn't very lengthy. Lasted basically a little bit on Thursday and then very short today, this morning. So here we are. Not sure. We're going to keep monitor of the courtroom because they're not telling us when they'll come back on the record exactly. They're handing all the administrative stuff. Maybe they bring the jury back in for those instructions. But they did say this afternoon. So they could possibly be going over instructions right now. They get their lunch. And so we may be in recess for some time. DD, what did you miss? You didn't miss much except the end of rebuttals. We're getting ready for jury instructions. Closing arguments tomorrow. Yeah. Closing arguments tomorrow. Everyone clarified in the chat. Closing arguments tomorrow. Not sure exactly what time, but we're going to start at the same time as usual. Pasty Dunbar asked, why do you think they did not ask Hermosillo about the Emma/Chad phone calls from the jail? I think they had to stay within a specific scope in what they were arguing against, that they wanted. And I don't know if it was necessarily needed. I'm sure you guys want to hear, we all want to hear jail phone calls, right? But I think they were countering Joseph Murray's point that Rexburg police were kind of in and out of the neighborhood all the time and, making them, there's this narrative by the family that they were making their lives hard. And then you had the statement by Emma Murray about them wanting to do an interview with her in exchange to give the autopsy results of her mother. And we saw that wasn't true based on that recording done by Detective Bruce Mattingly. So there's that narrative that law enforcement is basically pestering the Daybell family, and the state brought in, specific witnesses to discredit them. Discredit anything they really say. Would phone calls be helpful? Specific phone calls? Perhaps. At the same time, you don't want to just overwhelm, and the jury has been through all of this witness testimony for more than a month now, basically. A straight month, 30 days total. Who do you think will deliver closings? I think Lindsay Blake will do closings. I think that because Rob Wood did opening statements, and so it makes sense that Lindsay Blake would do closing arguments. That's just my thought. Last year, she did opening statements, and then Rob Wood finished it off. So yeah, we're going to stay on live, and I'm going to make sure we keep track of this. But right now we'll be in recess. It's not really much else to say, and we'll see what the schedule brings. But the big deal is that tomorrow there will be closing arguments. So that is really the light at the end of the tunnel here, that this thing is about to end soon. All right. Thank you guys for staying on. You guys can be sure to take a break as well, but appreciate you. 1,300 of you watching, 6 rebuttal witnesses. Let's go off that, off the notes. Last week, you had Dr. Eric Bartelink was the last witness for the defense. They rested its case. Daybell chose not to testify. State wanted to recall Coulter Cannon too. That didn't work out. He had seen some testimony, but they called Jason McKay Abiglin, Lisa Marie Jensen, and Bruce Mattingly. And Mattingly had testified before. The other 2 were new witnesses. And then today, you had, Hermosillo, Christensen, and Stubs. So 6 in total. And that's it. Here we are now. All right, we'll take a break and be right back. Everyone, we are back from our own break. Justin Lum here with Fox 10 Phoenix. I've got Nate Eaton of East Idaho News on the phone. Always good for him to join us. And we're kind of in the holding pattern here right now because the state's finished its rebuttals after 6 witnesses. Jury instructions are underway. And Nate, just tell us what's it like at the courthouse right now?
Well, there's a lot of people waiting to see if there's going to be any more hearing today. The judge boys suggested that there could be, and what they're doing, the prosecution, the defense, and the judge, they're making sure all the exhibits are numbered correctly before they're handed off to the jury. They're making sure that all the jury instructions make sense, that they all agree on the wording. They might hold a short hearing this afternoon to officially get it all on the record. Then tomorrow we'll be back in the courthouse for closing arguments mid-morning. They haven't officially announced a time yet, but what'll happen there is the prosecution will go first, then the defense will go, and then the prosecution will have a chance to follow up with anything they want for a final closing argument. At that point, it goes to the jury, and so realistically, tomorrow at this time, the jury could have this case.
Yeah, I mean, closing arguments, remember last year, just comparing to that pace, I don't think it took very long for each, side, prosecution and defense, maybe less than an hour each.
Yeah, I think it was around there. I remember the prosecution going and then the defense, and then we had a recess, and then the prosecution followed up for 15 or 20 minutes. It was not long.
Yeah.
And then that was on a Thursday. Then the jury deliberated, and then remember they brought in dinner, so everyone thought, oh, they might be getting close, and then they dismissed an hour later and came back the following day, the Friday, a little bit later, and then we had a verdict. Is it around 12 or 1? It was mid-afternoon or early afternoon.
Yeah, because by the time we got out last year, it was 12 o'clock exactly, or a little after 12 Pacific time. So it was after 1 in Boise. I remember we cut in and we showed the verdict streaming live. So yeah, it took less than 24 hours. I remember, they delivered pizza to the jury the evening before, and then they went home. So there's no sequestering that we know of, but I'd be surprised at the verdict if they went into Friday, right? But I mean, it's all speculative.
Right. Now, this one, Judge Boyce did say there likely will be sequestration because it's a capital murder case, it's a death penalty case. He has not announced that. He mentioned that during the when they picked the jurors, and also mentioned that if they are sequestered, court could be held on Saturday. So tomorrow we'll kind of learn more about that, I would imagine, where he will say, you all need to stay, you can't go home now. So the jurors may be in a hurry to get this done before the weekend or early next week, because if they can't go home and this is all they're going to do, they might want to push through.
So right now they're already starting to get some instructions and getting things in order. We just have yet to hear it on the record of what's going on. We just know that closing arguments are scheduled for tomorrow. Just exactly when is the question here.
Right, and the jurors have been dismissed for today, but they'll be back tomorrow to go over to officially hear the instructions.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so they are completely out. They're not even in their break room. They've been gone. They're going home early. They've heard a lot. 6 rebuttal witnesses. Anything surprise you? I felt like it was a quick and easy, especially with Hermosillo going last.
Right. Rocky Wixom had said last week that they had 1.5 to 2 days of rebuttal witnesses.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they had a full day of them. They obviously, thought about their list, and they did try to get one more on there. Janice Olson, who said that Tammy told her that her husband wanted her to increase her life insurance before she retired, but because she had gone home and watched the trial after being excused from her subpoena, the judge said that she couldn't testify. Yeah. I don't know if that really matters at the end of the day, would she have said anything earth-shattering, but the prosecution's goal with all of these rebuttal witnesses was just get these little nuggets here and there to really try to cement their arguments or disprove what some of the defense witnesses said.
Yeah, really the final nails in it all, something certain points they want to hammer home at the end of this. And we got to see some new witnesses very specific to what they're trying to argue or counter, like the friend of Garth who you talked to, Jason McKay. I thought that was very revealing. I mean, basically showed that what was said on the stand wasn't truthful. At least what he heard from Garth is that Garth stumbled upon his own mother and found her first before Chad, and Chad wasn't in the home. I think for the jury, if you're trying to discredit a witness, that's what the state may have done right there. You got to elaborate with him and talk about, his relationship and his experience. What did you find?
Yeah, he said exactly that. That Garth told him there in the haunted house when they were working. I'm grabbing my food, Justin.
All good. You gotta eat.
It's Chick-fil-A.
Yes, it's Chick-fil-A.
I'm gonna miss this Chick-fil-A. They kind of know me by name now.
They know you. They know you. And I hope you're not just doing grilled.
I got grilled today. I got to be somewhat healthy, but I did get French fries today.
Yeah.
So that can balance each other out. He told me that McKay goes by Jason, but he goes by McKay. That,
Gotcha.
He actually went home that night from work at the haunted house and told his parents, I was talking to Garth, and Garth said that his mom, that he found his mom and she was blue and his dad wasn't there. And it was his parents, when this case broke, who went to their son and said, hey, remember when you told us this? You need to go to the police. So, that's what he did, and he took the stand, and, Pryor, of course, had to do his job and try to discredit his testimony or whatnot. But I think that's going to be a memorable moment here at the end that, if you can create some sort of doubt there, we'll see which way, if that impacts how the jury, how they decide.
Yeah. And I think that they've brought up several witnesses to talk about Tammy Daybell's health. If we didn't know about, last year is when we really got that introduction to how she was doing, how active she was. But this was a trial where we really heard from a lot of people I feel like we learned more about Tammy in this case compared to last year.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Without a doubt, this was really focused on Tammy. In fact, I noticed in the defense witnesses, they didn't really even touch on JJ much at all. It really seemed to be Tammy and Tylee. Her remains, maybe Pryor tried to, say that maybe they were moved from somewhere else and buried on Chad's property, but there wasn't much talk about JJ. This really was the Tammy. I think, that she did die in their home, but and she did have the bruises. But I guess the other thing too that really stuck out to me this morning was the witnesses saying that Chad had shut off his location services on his phone, or I guess that account, whoever was using Chad Daybell's Google account, had Googled how to turn off location services, and they were turned off a few weeks before Tammy died. So that was a short testimony, but that, could be another powerful thing as to why was he turning it off. Pryor argued that anybody having an affair would do that. So, yeah.
We'll
see. I think it's pretty ready.
Yeah, this is a lot of information that 67 witnesses, and that's not even the recalls, but hearing 67 witnesses called by the state and then 11 witnesses called by the defense. Last year we didn't hear any witnesses from the defense at all. Do you think John Pryor really gave this everything he had? Everything in his arsenal has been deployed here?
I think so. I mean, it's hard, I would imagine, if the bodies are buried on your property and there's already been a trial and it was across the board guilty. And I will be honest, I was expecting more of throwing Lori under the bus and Alex. We did see some of that. I was expecting that the gloves were going to come off and it was point to them the entire time. So I don't know. Maybe that only gets you so far. Maybe he just didn't feel the need to deploy that. But excuse me.
Maybe we'll see that in closing arguments where he can, in a sense, tell the story. From there. Obviously,
right.
It's a tragedy, and he's the only lawyer on the case who's taken up. This is an incredible challenge here, and the evidence is right on Chad Daybell's property. So it's going to be interesting. I think everybody here watching and following the case wants to know what the closing arguments sound like. And he gave indication, opening statements, that basically that blame was shifted to Lori and Alex. And like last year, the blame got shifted to Chad Daybell. So that will be interesting to see. So I guess right now we're just hoping to see if you guys get back in the courtroom and we have some proceedings giving us a little more clues on what goes on tomorrow morning.
Right. Yep. But we do know, I mean, the judge should announce there will be closing arguments tomorrow. We don't know the start time, and those will be live streamed. And then after that, it's hurry up and wait.
Yeah. Yeah. How's the jury look? Tired? Or you think that weekend helped?
I think the jury's ready. I honestly, I think it helped having this 4-day weekend. I think everybody's back kind of refreshed, but they seem to be ready. I'm sure they're ready to wind it down. This is week number 9 if you include jury selection. So
Wow.
week number 9, and if the penalty phase goes into next week, it will be the 10 weeks that was scheduled, that was thought it would be. So, yeah, that's a long time.
Since April 1st. That's when you returned to Boise right before April 1st, right?
Yeah, March 31st, I drove in, and it was a blizzard.
Oh, my
And
goodness.
now it's supposed to be 90 degrees today. We've seen the seasons change, and
Summer.
a lot.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
9.
And then soon, maybe next year, down to Arizona. So give us good weather for that.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully it's not in summer for you here. Somebody asked if you have a mugshot tee for me. I don't need I guess that those are popular, right?
The 2 ladies showed up today in the courthouse wearing one. I said, "Oh, you might want to cover those up," because they came into the trial. Luckily, they had on jackets. I didn't want to get in trouble. You're not supposed to bring signs or printed stuff like that. But I will make sure Justin Lum gets one. Absolutely. I might even sign it.
I think you got a lot of ideas from this trial for some new tees. Yeah.
Some new swag.
Yeah.
My team is constantly reminding me, we're not a T-shirt shop. We're a news company. I'm like, oh yeah, we better focus on that. But
I'd imagine if you guys had like a little merch shop in the office and people came in, but you'd never get work done.
Right. Thank you to everyone who did order the shirts. I hope we get more.
All right, Nate Eden, enjoy lunch, and we'll see what happens for the rest of the day. Talk to you soon.
All right.
Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, Nate Eden on the phone. Thank you so much for joining us. Just to recap, where are we at now? The jury kind of wrapped things up after the proceedings today, after rebuttals were done, and got sent home. So now they got a long break, a 4-day break from this trial, and they come here today to finish rebuttals, as the state had 3 witnesses called up. Quick, easy, and then they'll be back tomorrow for further instructions. We'll hear closing arguments, and then we'll see what happens next. All right, we're going to keep monitoring the screen, the judge's live stream, and we'll take that if we see anything. Appreciate you guys watching, but we are winding down. Slow day today after the long weekend, but tomorrow ramps back up with closing arguments by the state and the defense. We are watching the Chad Daybell murder trial. Test, test, test. Can you hear me? All right. Let me see why I can't hear you. Okay. Hey everyone, we are live right now as we are waiting for continued proceedings of the Chad Daybell murder trial. Right now, day 30. Justin Lum here on Fox 10 Phoenix. With me is Gigi of Pretty Lies and Alibis True Crime Podcast. She's joined us multiple times in the past. Gigi, how you doing?
Good. How are you, Justin?
Yeah, sorry for the technical difficulties there, but that's all part of it, right? Behind the scenes, we got things working. Glad for you to join us. And your takeaways today, as rebuttals just finished by the state, was quick, short, to the point. We had 6 witnesses in total.
Yeah, I think it was perfect. You don't want to overload this jury. They've heard it for weeks now. You just bring home those points that, you know, maybe the prosecution feels needs to be drilled in just a bit more. I think it was the best way to end it. And now we wait. Got to do this housekeeping stuff today, tomorrow, mid-morning, the closings. That's the big day. I think a verdict by tomorrow evening, I'm going to call it.
Yeah, that last year, remember, you know, seems like long ago, but it took less than a day, really. The jury got the case after closing arguments somewhere around the early afternoon, and then the next day we had a verdict back just around noon Pacific time, I remember it was. So, and they didn't, you know, they got to go home. They weren't sequestered or anything. They may have went into the evening. But here, I don't know, do you feel like it's more of a complex case? Obviously, the jury doesn't know anything but this case.
It is a little more complex. And I remember last year just sitting there watching as these jurors who did not know much about the case sort of started putting those pieces together. You could see it on their faces. And of course, I missed most. I was there last week, so I missed all that came before as they're getting to know everybody. But yeah, it's a little more complex. I think there's a lot more added with Tammy naturally with this trial. We've learned some little nuggets, but still the same framework and story. I think by this point, they've got it all down. So we'll see how long it takes. Maybe somebody wants a night in a hotel just to chill, or maybe they just want to go home with their family. So we'll see. But no, I'm sure they'll give it, you know, their best, and it'll be interesting once deliberations are over. If anybody talks, you know, were they hung up on anything? A lot still to learn.
Gigi McKelvey with Pretty Lies and Alibis. We got some people following here that must watch your or listen to your podcast. Someone by the name of Alicia says, "Gigi, what you know?" So that I can tell that you brought some viewers here. Thank you for that. Now, you were in court just in time for the defense, for Chad Daybell's defense. So obviously you had been watching, listening throughout the month, but what did you gather from being inside the courtroom, getting to see everything?
It was interesting. You know, I always like to watch that jury and to see how they're receiving things, and I missed a whole lot, but what a really good time to sit and watch the jury when you have 2 of Chad Daybell's kids and his son-in-law on the stand. And just watching their reactions to this testimony. You know, we get all these coworkers that saw Tammy on a daily basis. Some of them actually went and worked out with her, say she was fine, she was healthy. I felt like when Emma was on the stand, you could see that they really weren't receiving what she was saying very well. Same with Garth. Then with Joseph, I think the big thing with him is the anti-law enforcement comments did not come off well with that jury. You could see it on their faces. They seemed offended. But as a whole, I didn't really think that John Pryor put up anybody strong. There was nothing in there that would make me think in another direction if I'm leaning towards guilt at that point. I think that the prosecution did a beautiful job of getting up there after every witness and just hammering home the realities of all of this and kind of moving the smoke and mirrors out of the way. I think that they've done a fantastic job. So it's going to be interesting to see what the next few days bring.
Yeah, and so that was the big thing we were all waiting for. Chad Daybell's kids taking the stand. Garth Daybell, Emma Murray, and then obviously his son-in-law took the stand as well. But it looks like in rebuttals, prosecution was ready to discredit them in some way by bringing on witnesses, some new witnesses, to basically poke holes in their narrative, in a sense catching them in a lie, because we had recorded proof as far as Emma saying that she had to do an interview in order to learn anything about her mom's death. That wasn't the case.
No, It wasn't. And I think that for me, Emma really came across as somebody who is still very much, I don't know if you want to say under her dad's spell, daddy's girl, whatever, but her testimony really just seemed pro-dad. Garth was a lot more timid on the stand. From everything I've heard about Garth, he's a sweet young man, caught in a terrible situation, but I thought it was very powerful listening to that coworker of his who told an entirely different story than what Garth testified to. And I think that's going to be huge for this jury to just reiterate. These kids may feel they have an obligation to their dad because that witness that worked with Garth had no dog in the fight, no reason to lie. And he was very sure that Garth said he walked in, found her, she was gray, blue lips, and Chad was nowhere to be found. So I think that was maybe one of the most powerful pieces of testimony, really, of the whole trial, was just that whole thing, because it leads back to that Alex being 2 miles away at the church. Could that have been a time where Chad was taking Alex back? It was much later, but still, we don't know what happened after the murder. I'm convinced Alex was in that house, but I thought that was a very powerful piece right there.
Well, that has been implied. Will we ever know if two people were in the room? But the medical examiner told the prosecution it's possible that someone restrained her because Tammy had bruises on her, and then she was asphyxiated. Now, for context on this story, Garth originally said in his testimony that he came home and he heard snoring from his parents' bedroom. He heard his dad snoring, and he stayed up on YouTube for a few hours, basically trying to show or showing that he was aware of everything going on in the house. You know, if anything went down, he would know that he was there for a few hours, and then he got woken up later in the morning by his father to help him. But this story totally blows that up. You know, if indeed this new witness, like you said, has no dog in the fight and is saying that Garth was the first one to respond to his mother and Chad was nowhere to be found in the house. Where was Chad? That's the big question.
Right.
Where was Chad at this time? I think that is a very fascinating piece of testimony there.
And I don't know if you remember this, Justin, but right the day Tammy died, Chad wrote a long post on the AVAL forum, that a voice of warning that they all were a member of, saying that he woke up and saw that she had passed away peacefully in her sleep. Nothing about rolling off the bed and being head down on the floor. That she had a slight smile on her face or something. I have that original post screenshotted somewhere. But, you know, I was surprised they didn't bring that in. You probably don't need to, but it does show that discrepancy. And now that would bring in 3 different versions of what supposedly happened. I think that would have just added on to that guilt factor when it come to Tammy Daybell's death, because he did make that post.
All right, so far we have had now 67 witnesses, so many, it's all been a blur. Then 11 witnesses called by the defense, and obviously nothing really sticking out to us right now besides the Daybell kids. I mean, there were some experts and supposedly a star witness in Dr. Hampikian, who was supposed to be the guy to talk about the DNA evidence or lack thereof, any DNA tied to Chad Daybell. Did anything stand out to you from his testimony or anyone else from the experts?
No, I mean, the only thing that when we had the expert on, I believe it was not the DNA expert. There was nothing that stuck out. We were told by the state that it was probably unlikely, or it was likely you would find Chad Daybell's DNA on those tools in his barn. So that's kind of a nothing burger. For me, when the witness, I believe it was the anthropologist that tested on the cadavers doing the funeral pyres, that you can't necessarily successfully reduce a body to bone with just gasoline. You know, one thing too is that Detective Hermosillo testified the smell of the accelerant along with the decomposition was so bad they could only be down there a couple of minutes. And Tylee was not just reduced to bone. I mean, there were other things there. To me, it seems like somebody kind of just gave up at some point. But that was one thing that I wish the state had have sort of honed in a little more on, which is, but it's possible because we know that after Tammy Daybell was killed, one of the neighbors, it was reported, said there was an increase in bonfires. It's never easy to burn a human body in your yard in a bonfire, but it's possible to reduce the body enough to where it was buried and be found like Tylee was. There's no way. They did search warrants on Alex's truck. They found no biological evidence in there. It had to have been on Chad's property. So maybe in closings, they kind of drive that back home. But the bottom line is you've got 2 kids dead in his backyard and his wife died in their house within a month of each other, less than a month in JJ's case. I think it all fits. I don't think this is going to be a whodunit or anything like that for this jury.
Yeah, how does the jury, and you were there for this part, how does the jury take in the account of the testimony, questioning whether or not Tylee Ryan's remains were dismembered or taken apart before or after being located or being buried on the property of Chad Daybell? The bottom line is that they're going to remember how she was found on the property of Chad Daybell, and the information and text messages he sent to his own wife about the raccoon that never existed, and having to bury that raccoon in that pet cemetery. I think the jury is seeing the results, and not so much how did the bodies get there.
Yeah, and I do think that the bigger picture is what's going to stick with that jury. And I thought it was almost ridiculous when John Pryor was saying, you can't put Chad on his property. And in my mind, I'm sitting in the courtroom, I'm thinking, we have the raccoon text. Of course, the prosecution do their job, come up and remind, do you know that he sent his wife a text? I mean, this was shortly after Alex left. So are you going to tell me that within 7 minutes, 8 minutes, he went inside, grabbed his gun, shot a raccoon and buried it in the pet cemetery? Things like that, I hope, are brought back up in the closings just to sort of drive home the point. Chad's got a bad case of diabetes, as they all do. And the bottom line is you don't have 2 kids dead and buried on your property without knowing something. Because for Pryor, it almost seems like he wants to say that Alex was sneaking on the property doing this stuff without Chad ever knowing. And we see all these communications, these key days between the two. He can try to throw stuff against the wall and see what sticks, but these text messages, the totality of everything is gonna drive it home for this jury, I think.
There's a lot of circumstantial evidence, and as you said, the calls and text messages during these important, crucial time frames involving the children and Tammy Daybell. And what stood out to me today in rebuttals was bringing Detective Dave Stubs back on the stand to show the very easy, simple process of turning off your location data or location tracker, GPS, whatever, per Google, and how that was done for Chad Daybell and whoever, whether it was him or someone searching on his Gmail account, searching how to do that simple task. That can explain to the jury how, there are no real pings for Chad Daybell on the property, even though we know he lived there and was there every single day, but the pings are focused on Alex Cox because he was being tracked on those significant dates. So the prosecution has laid everything they can out there. I know, again, this is a blur. 67 witnesses. Who really stood out to you in comparison to last year's trial? We saw a majority of the same, though.
I think for me, the focus on Tammy Daybell, because there was very little that was brought in about Tammy. They brought in, I remember seeing all of the photos when they exhumed her body. They had step-by-step photos. Learning more about the fact that Tammy was seemingly healthy, all that was things that we knew but hadn't heard. I think for me, though, the biggest thing that blew my mind, Justin, was that dash cam video after Chad was arrested. And neither one of them said, they found what on our property? Human remains? Who? I know Emma at some point said she thought it was Pioneer children. But, I mean, that whole exchange really subtly told me Chad knew he was never coming home because he's given away all of his money. He's telling Emma to pay the mortgage out of the business account, making plans because he knows he's not there. Zero reaction about, why am I being arrested? What did you find? And that was just not there. And I think
that video we had never seen before, too.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, for me, just hearing how casual they were, I've got carrots in my car, something about asparagus. Never mind. They just found a kid's body on your property.
Yeah, that was
so
just
me,
when they
that
found
just,
JJ.
Again, blew my mind. And then that phone call between Lori and Chad that we've never heard, that jail call, which I've heard Idaho does not release those calls very regularly. I want to try to get, I hear there are thousands. They talk 10 plus times a day from what I understand, or at least they did
Yeah.
when Chad was a free man. I think they're not co-conspirators. I'm not sure now if they can. But that call was very revealing just because they thought they were being clever and talking in code. All of us who know the case know exactly what they're talking about. Lori mentioning a problem with the soil, all that stuff, disgusting. You know, giggling like they're 12. Those two things, the dash cam and that phone call, just really blew my mind.
Yeah, I think that would stick out to the jury. Something that they can hear and listen to, something that is factual and concrete evidence of that time frame, and not just someone coming to the stand and saying what they believe they recall from 4 or 5 years ago. But yeah, just to imagine 10 to 12 calls a day, and if that they were talking like that in code, has to be a lot of conversation information to pinpoint that out of all the calls. For them to bring that into admission was very interesting. Definitely stood out. Someone has a question for you about the court staff and the bailiffs this trial. You know, you've been there last year. I don't know if there's any difference. I saw some of the same folks, but anything about the court setting or anything that stands out?
It was the same main two bailiffs that we saw last year. One we call Court Daddy because he gave us all the rules. There were a couple of new bailiffs in there, but overall the same court staff, even down to the people who go through your stuff at the bottom and run it through like you're at the airport. Pretty much deja vu walking in, just a different defendant and different jurors. A lot of the same people observing the trial were there, same family members. So yeah, it was very odd to go back in there. But again, I think this case, like Lori's, I said it last year, her trial was one of the smoothest I've ever sat in. And I think Chad's has gone just as smoothly. Judge Boyce has done a fantastic job, I think, being fair to both sides and sustaining objections by both ends. And, you know, I think he's been cautious. He doesn't want this to come back on appeal. This is a death case. And I think that this trial has run very smoothly, but not much difference in how the courtroom was run. The only difference this year, you had to wait in line until today to get in. Last year, it was the ticket system. You had to get your ticket the day before. Beginning today, you had to get that ticket again. And then if he's found guilty, which I believe he will, then we will go into the penalty phase, which I'm not sure how long that takes. But then you get into allocution and might have a lot more people showing up. I'm hoping to get up for some of that as well.
Yeah, I think there was this talk or maybe misconception that after Lori's trial, maybe the interest for Chad would die down a little bit. But actually, I feel like just from our own perspective, there's been a lot of heavy interest in this case and following it and having that live stream opportunity. There's been a lot of consistency with that and getting to see some of that evidence as it's happening. I mean, you just remember how old school it felt last year, having to wait for audio at the end of the day. But I don't think the interest has died down in this case at all.
For me, it hasn't. I know that a lot of the networks haven't covered this as heavily as they did Lori, and you have that mom factor with Lori. It's just horrific to think a mother would allow anything to happen to her kids. But for me, I think this trial has been as interesting as Lori's and as enlightening. We filled in a lot of these little puzzle pieces we didn't have. One big thing, too, and this may have been testified to last year, was when Zulema was on the stand and said that when Alex went to Mexico, he was healthy. When he came back, he was sick. And that's always kind of been my theory, is that he got something in Mexico that did him in eventually, maybe a slow progress kind of thing. But there were just little nuggets here and there that I think made this trial as interesting and as enlightening as Lori's. And I'll go back and rewatch certain things. But yeah, I mean, for me personally, for my channel, the interest has been very high. And a lot of people have followed this trial for almost 4 years now since they found the kids' bodies, over 4 since we knew they were missing. So very full circle to be where we are today, and tomorrow be closings and get that verdict. Then we'll have penalty phase and then eventual sentencing, which I'm not sure if that's going to be in Boise or back down towards Rexburg like Lori's.
Yeah, if this happens, I would assume that, you know, if found guilty, sentencing would take place in Fremont County, and then you had that aspect of people lining up, camping out for that, because this is where it really hits home. The people that live there in that area, they know the Daybell family. They were really there at the heart of it when everything was happening and the investigation was ongoing. So there's definitely been heavy interest there. Gigi, jury instructions are important. May not be the most interesting or fun thing to talk about, right? But jury instructions before closing arguments, and especially I think we have to talk about that error that was on the indictment that we just didn't see. Nobody saw for months, and now things have to be altered and adapted so that the jury is very clear on this, and we're going to spend some time on that tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think they do. I mean, they have to triple make sure this jury understands, because, let's just say that he's found guilty and eventually gets death. You don't want this coming back on some kind of an appeal. I think Judge Boyce really took his time and looked at the law and probably consulted with some other judges to come to that conclusion. But man, that was a close call. I don't think I've ever been so nervous. I could have popped a Valium. That's how nervous I was. And just a sick feeling. And I know it was the same way at the courthouse. I was in contact with people as this was happening. But yeah, we got to fix that. And then jury instructions are not the most exciting thing to sit through, but just a very big part of the process to be sure that all of this is done correctly. If there's a conviction, it sticks. And then he fades away. And just we hear about him when a random documentary pops up every few years.
Yeah, even with the job that the prosecution has done, I would say very thorough, and all these witnesses and all of this evidence, such a complex case that, again, involves multiple law enforcement agencies. We're talking about FBI, police in Arizona, Hawaii, but really 2 years in a row, I think it just has to be mentioned. There were these simple sort of silly errors made, and some would argue that should have never happened for a prosecution team that's been working on this so long. How did that get missed? But clearly Judge Boyce said it's simply clerical, and obviously John Pryor is going to use that, even though he didn't bring it up and catch it, but John Pryor is going to use that and try to get a murder charge dismissed. Not surprised at that, but something like that, very simple as far as the dates and time frames that J.J. Vallow was murdered, and then you bring it back to last year when discovery wasn't turned in on time, just by a little bit, and then the death penalty got taken off the table as a sanction. So I think, like you said, you were a bit nervous and feeling strange, because it's kind of like deja vu, right? That how could this happen again? Something like this.
Yeah, and I get the frustration of people who were frustrated by that. They have so many things that they're juggling at once between witnesses and coordinating who's going to testify. I get it was probably overlooked. If it was clerical, they may not have even thought to look. I may be wrong, but it doesn't seem like it was on their end. Seems like maybe something was copied and pasted when this was put out. So, you have that. I'm not worried this will ever be anything that'll overturn his guilty verdict should we get there. And, but man, listen, we could talk about how these prosecutors, these investigators that are local to this case especially, have had so many years now, just all in this case, time away from their families. I mean, you look, they're in Boise. They're hours away from home, all because they want to see justice. And at the end of the day, that's going to be my takeaway from the investigators, the prosecutors, everybody, is we've got one guilty verdict. She's going away for life. She's away for life. Made a little pit stop in your hometown, and then she'll go back to Idaho, and maybe, hopefully the same for Chad. Guilty, gone, and at the end of the day, that's what matters. The judge okayed that error and understood it was a clerical error, so I think it's a nothing burger at this point. He's ruled on it, and so yeah, we'll just see what happens in the future, and we'll see what John Pryor does with that property too, because, the witness told us he owns it.
Yeah, a couple more questions. Speaking of John Pryor, another person in the chat asking if you got any vibes or caught anything from him in the courtroom, feeling that energy or, eye contact with Chad Daybell. I remember when I made eye contact with Lori Vallow a couple of times. There is something strange and eerie about it, but just how did you feel in there?
Yeah, the same. The first day I was sitting probably 10 feet from him. I was on that first row. They have one row blocked off, and there were several times that he looked over and we made eye contact. It'll put a shiver up your spine. Chad, though, very stoic. on his computer a lot. He liked to turn that computer away where nobody could see what was on there. I was laughing and said maybe he's rewatching Lori's dance videos or something. But no, he was just very stoic and businesslike. He would talk to his attorney. He looked at the jury when they came in, went out, kind of would give a little bit of a grin to them, watched them very closely, would look in the public and see who was there. And but overall, just emotionless, really, given the gravity of the situation. And I think that's something the jury's also going to take into consideration is the only time I think we've ever seen any emotion from Chad was when he heard his own voice on that dash cam video or on the phone, one of those two.
Yeah, the 911 call, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the 911 call. And
That was it.
you notice on that call, Garth maybe wasn't saying what Chad wanted him to. And you notice how quickly Chad got on that phone. But no emotion. And I think that if you're innocent and you had no clue, you're going to be tore up. 2 children were found on your property. And you're going to be sobbing when they talk about your wife or show pictures of your wife on the screen. None of that from him, but not surprising.
Yeah, no emotion has been shown or any remorse or any sort of anything that kind of humanizes him to the jury. And I'm sure the jury's been watching very closely, just like they were in the case against Lori Vallow. But yeah, you're right. Again, you bring back that dash cam police video where he doesn't ask authorities what's going on in his backyard, what did they find, or say, or break down and say, I'm innocent here, I don't know what's going on. And he's already knows he's going away for a long time. He tells his daughter, I'm not coming back, and he's getting his affairs in order. I think that definitely spoke to the jury. A lot of the video and audio evidence is very, very powerful, especially when you look at them together, Chad and Lori, poolside in Hawaii, getting served with paperwork, and they're just hanging out, clearly on vacation, having a good time. Now, speaking of Lori Vallow, I know you're probably looking forward to her case here. Do you feel like we've gotten a good preview twice because we've seen Arizona law enforcement testify?
Not only that, but we had the Chandler and the Gilbert document dumps a couple of years ago that were very revealing. That was really our first big clue as to some of the things the state had in Idaho against them with text messages and all that jazz. I think that... I don't know what else we're going to learn in Arizona about Charles. I'm sure they may have an ace up their sleeve that they're not telling. But we have a really good idea between those document dumps and Lori's trial of what they're going to present out there. A lot of pings for Brandon Boudreaux, for Alex. I mean, they literally have him coming and going. And then you have the surveillance video where you have Chad and Lori taking in the back seat in the tire, and then as soon as the attempt fails and Alex is back in town, they're taking it out. Those things right there going to be big, especially in Brandon's case. But these text messages, phone calls, you got Lori talking to Chad as Charles is pulling into the house. You've got her on video, not upset at all. Again, no emotion that her husband just got shot and killed. All that's going to be powerful.
And how long she was away from the crime scene, the text messages in the months leading up regarding her husband, Charles Vallow, and calling him a dark spirit, and all these castings that were done, the $1 million life insurance policy. I mean, the list goes on. At the same time, I mean, this for Chandler PD, I would say this is sort of a redemption tour since her trial in testifying and getting all that evidence out there, even to the public, us, all those documents, body cam footage, because there was a time that there was not really an active I mean, you call it open, but how active was it when she moved to Rexburg, Idaho with her kids and Alex Cox followed? And the sort of warning signs where we didn't see a lot done when Charles Vallow was pleading to Gilbert police and trying to get her some mental health. And then years later, you hear Judge Boyce telling her she's been diagnosed with mental health disorders, basically. I mean, Charles Vallow really speaking to us from the dead through public record. It is pretty fascinating, amazing. So yeah, I don't know if it'll be as long of a trial, a 6 to 7 week thing, but I think that pathway has been laid out, and we've seen a lot of the clues and evidence through these 2 trials regarding Arizona. Gigi, anything else you want to say? I thank you so much for your time and really getting to dive deep, no time limits, and just to talk about this as we're just waiting for court for something to happen today. I don't know what.
Yeah. I just think that for me, for the families that have gone through this, for years, all sides of the family. Lori's family, you've got Kay and Larry, they've lost 2 people. You've got Tammy's family, you've got Tylee's Aunt Annie, you've got Colby. It's time for resolution. This has been hanging over their heads for years and years, and we're finally kind of at the threshold of this case in Idaho being put to rest. And I think it's time. Having these judicial things hanging over your head, it's just a sense of dread, I'm sure. We've got one more in Arizona for Lori. I imagine Charles's grown sons will be a presence there, although they were there last year. Lori did look over at them. But yeah, so I think that I'm just glad that this is finally going to be put to rest. It's a long time coming. It's a convoluted case. I never thought it would be tried in a year or 2. Then we had the mental health hospital for Lori, I believe 9 months that threw that back. And so it's been a process, and hopefully everybody can move forward that knew and loved these victims, can find a new normal and a way to heal. Although I don't know that you ever truly heal, you just have to kind of grow around your grief. You have to expand yourself to include that grief, and that's going to be part of their lives forever. But I think having the court stuff over with for good will be such a weight off their shoulders. I know last year with Kay and Larry it was a huge weight once that trial was over. I imagine the same here. It's been painful for them, all over again, because we have learned new things that are just devastating. And so I hope that everybody finds their peace once this verdict comes in. And even Chad's kids, I hope now they can look back and look at things without the court process going over and really pick it apart and see what makes sense. I would love to see those kids acknowledge their dad's role, because right now I think at least some of them are, he's just been framed. And they said as much on 2020 when they did that interview years ago. So, we'll see what happens, but hopefully we just don't hear much about these people ever again, and just remember the victims and hear their names. They're the ones that deserve to be spoken about from this point forward.
Yeah, I think everyone appreciates what you're saying, Gigi. You've done a really good job at showing empathy. I think there's so many podcasters and true crime hosts that talk about cases, and they don't really bring any empathy to it, and it's more for clicks and entertainment. And at the end of the day, you realize that they're real victims and family members, and you being getting closer and getting to know these families, I think that has made it even more easier for you to see that and show that to your audience. So I appreciate that. I think for me, as a journalist, I really want to remain unbiased, but at the same time in these cases, the bottom line is there are innocent people, 3 innocent people in this case that have been murdered, and it's about finding the justice, or at least following the pathway to justice for them. I think it's definitely makes sense how we're talking right now, to recognize that whatever that verdict is, we know that Tammy Daybell, JJ Vallow, and Tylee Ryan did not deserve what happened to them. So yeah, I just want to appreciate you for coming on here. And you also, I've noticed as you, because you started this in the pandemic, right? Like you started a podcast out of nowhere, kind of a career change. So it was a lot to learn. Yeah.
Yeah, the day Nate Eaton was flying over Chad Daybell's property, I started off with a co-host, my best friend of 30 plus years. She lived 5 minutes from me at the time, and we had talked about it. We started sleuthing everybody involved in this case back in December when that first press release came out, and there was a lot online that we found of Alex's, of everybody. And so yeah, when we talked about doing a podcast, I did true crime years ago before podcasts were a thing, on an internet show, got out because my kids were little, the travel was too much. And the day we saw Nate over the property, I said, get over here. We started with an iMac built-in microphone and went for 2 hours live. And that was the birth of this. So this case will always be so close to my heart. The victims, the families, I feel like some of them are my family now. I just said that Tammy Daybell's Aunt Vicky has an honorary niece now, whether she likes it or not. She actually gave me these little duckies, because we know Tammy's
awesome.
like ducks. So she gave these to me when I was there, as well as a Tammy bracelet. But, ready to take these bracelets off, not because I don't want to forget these guys, but I always wear these bracelets until justice has been served. And then they go, on a little stand over there. I have Travis Alexander, which is in your territory too,
Yeah.
from Mesa, Arizona. I attended that trial. And so I'm ready to add these over there because that means that their murders have been paid for. And so we are getting there, and I'm very hopeful about this verdict.
Yeah, and so for 4 years, you've basically evolved in doing this. I think it's important to note too, it's that, you know, you're not just podcasting, but you've learned through covering trials and getting to know other journalists and all the sleuthing and records research you do, that you've gotten those journalistic values in some way, because you're also a correspondent at times and you're reporting or talking about what you've covered in trial. You don't just say what's on your mind. I think it's cool to see how you've kind of evolved through that and learn. It's kind of like getting a crash course in everything, and kind of combining those skills. So yeah, I just want to shout out everyone still watching right now. Appreciate it. Gigi McKelvey with Pretty Lies and Alibis. Hopefully see you soon. We'll catch up soon as we get into closing arguments tomorrow.
Sounds good, and I hope to see anybody who's watching at CrimeCon this week. We got that coming up.
Yeah, have fun there. Big event. You're staying busy. We'll talk soon, Gigi. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Justin. And thanks to you for all your hard work, because you are the OG on this case. You and Nate. I mean, I followed you guys way before I started this podcast, and I echo what you said my way, which is integrity, and always know we can trust what Justin Lum and Fox 10 puts out there. So thank you for what you do.
Oh, man, appreciate that. All right, Gigi. Take care. We'll talk soon.
Thanks.
All right, guys. Thank you for watching. It looks like we're still not yet in the courtroom right now. But that was Gigi McKelvey with Pretty Lies and Alibis, kind of discussing what she learned as the defense went up last week. She was in the courtroom, but also covering this case throughout the weeks and throughout the years. But we are right there. Closing arguments to begin tomorrow. Jury instructions are wrapping up, but the jurors are getting a break for the rest of the day. They've sort of been able to decompress, and because so much information has been absorbed for this whole trial, and then having the 4-day weekend and then coming in today with the short rebuttals, I think that has helped the pace. I think they're ready to go, ready to hear closing arguments, take on the case, and they'll decide if Chad Daybell is indeed guilty of first-degree murder in the deaths of J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and Tammy Daybell, as well as the murder conspiracy charges and the 2 counts of insurance fraud related to his first wife, Tammy Daybell. So still, we are nearly there after nearly 9 weeks of this. I'm going to put us in a recess right now. I'm going to see if they indeed have some on-record proceedings this afternoon. You guys can stay with us or take a little break for yourself. Appreciate you watching. Hey everyone, Justin Lum here with Fox 10 Phoenix. You're watching the Chad Daybell murder trial. We are seeing the judge's live stream up, but it says the same thing it's been saying since the morning. Court will resume shortly, but I don't think anything is really going to go on this afternoon. I will continue to check and see if there are any on-record proceedings. If in case that does happen, we will bring that to you. Been texting with Nate Eden of East Idaho News. I'll get in touch with the trial administrator as well to see if there's anything that we will hear regarding jury instructions or closing arguments set for tomorrow. But that's really the big news because we're not going to hear anyone else as far as witnesses. State rebuttals have concluded on day 30 of the Chad Daybell murder trial. Tomorrow, mid-morning sometime, we are going to hear closing arguments by the prosecution and by the defense for Chad Daybell after instructions have been clarified and presented to the jury. After closing arguments are done, they will take the case. Deliberations will begin, and we will be on, pins and needles waiting to see if something goes on tomorrow night or the next day. Hard to say. But I'm going to make sure we are ready for that. So stay subscribed and notified by Fox 10 Phoenix on our YouTube channel, because when the verdict does come, and I'm sure we'll get an email that a verdict is in, we will have that ready depending on when that is. All right. So thank you guys for watching with us. I don't want to keep you guys waiting here or thinking or anticipating something's going to go on. But it looks like everything has kind of died down since the morning. If that changes, though, we will make sure to have coverage. I'm Justin Lum with Fox 10 Phoenix. Thank you guys again. We'll see you tomorrow, 7:30 Pacific time on our channel, and get ready for closing arguments in the Daybell murder trial.